Greetings and salutations, everyone. It is your humble hostess, Punky the Alien, and we return to Silksong. Did you guys switch over to game screen shortly? Hello, everyone. Now you'll be able to hear the game. The game is really quiet when you're just sitting around. We are in the depths of the Weave nest, and we kind of got our butts handed to us by something over there, and I kind of want to go back and get my stuff. Right. Nope, that requires jumps. Who could play that game? Forgot about that. Alright, it's been a while since we had to put that back on, so...
Yeah.
Ah, dang it, I did it again. Wait. I did. Okay, so it goes away. Alright. Shoot! No! Alright. Oh! Another piece of the face! Worth. I think we've explored everything in this place. I think. Yeah, I don't think I've gone up the left. Have I gone the left side? Yeah, I've been here. I mean, it's safe to say we can actually exit for now. I think. Have I gone that left side? Huge branch? Or I just poked my head in it? I'm gonna go in. This is a double check. Alright, I'll recognize something here. Yep, the ever path has. Yeah, I've already been here. Good. Pulls all those out. You know, I'll try this one. Forget if there's actual dangers on the way in. Oh. No, I'm gonna leave that symbol there. Mostly because she is, important for the empowerment, I think. I think there's anything down there. So that I remember at least. Went up that way. Oh, maybe it needs to. Wait, does she have any new advice? Or not new advice, new commentary. I should say. I think I can get back up this way. I don't think. I'd be able to. You're a new bug. Like them shoulders. Yeah, this will save us a shortcut if we can get up here. You are rude. Try this thing. Still not related to it quite. Ow. That way requires me to be able to do the wall climb, but there's something above that I want to check first. You know what? I'll poke my head in here. Rude. Okay. He's just a hit and run. I should probably mark this. I don't know what to mark it with. I have 3 markers. You know, I'll mark it for red things. So this needs to be red. This can be unmarked. Missed an ability. Nope. Do anything yet. Oh, I might be on the though. Ow. Memory lock. Oh, heckles. That's amazing. Oh, so I can actually start. Keep Brittany jumps. Oh, there's a path down here. Oh, maybe something awesome. Maybe it's just a ruse. This is terrible. Yes. May have flagged it, but I don't remember how I got up there. Did I get up there? Well, maybe I didn't. Think about it, probably. Going up that way is no joke. Alchemist! Dialtol. Ah, new face. Not here to bother, I hope. I've critical studies underway in these twisted tunnels and can afford no distractions. Hi, Guadavar. How you doing? I happen to met Silksong by chance. And George, Ollie, rather unreliably seeming. The dark caves below here, I gathered a shell, not similar from your own. I suspect your sisters may have met an unfortunate end. Oh, that careless buffoon. No surprises then. That lump never showed the talent for true discovery. I'm doing good, thanks for asking. Now, to my work. I must return. But since it's so rudely died on me, I've taken a task enough for 2 bugs. Unless you have further interest in my precious plasmium, kindly leave me in peace. I'm curious about the equipment you have. The blue liquid contained within. What studies consumed you? Ah, yes. So, this miraculous substance intrigues you too. A wonder beyond wonders. Miracles made material. Plasmium. A naturally occurring elixir with no equal. It heals wounds and strengthens shells. I suspect it could even defy death itself.
That's fine.
That's what you call it. I've encountered its like before, or else a substance of remarkable similarity. Highly unlikely. The grey and barren soul of the mainland could never produce something as singular as this, and that is undisputably fact. Plasmium, as discovered by my master at the farthest edge of Pavlum, hidden deep in salty-stricken waters. I brought it to these caves under her direction to study how it flourishes in a foreign place. Perhaps, like myself, you have been bewitched by Plasmium's beautiful glow. Would you assist me then to assist me in my studies? Excellent! With 2 bugs at the task, the rate of discovery shall greatly increase. Now, before he went and died, my research had seeded in the ward below with Plasmium bugs. The bugs should be ripening as we speak. The nectar within must be extracted before they reach maturity. The right tool and claw collecting the nectar is an easy process. I'll even lend you my own needle file for the job. Once you locate a bulb, simply charge the vial until readied, then release the needle into the bud's core. Do it right, and it'll suck out the nectar in one clean pop. Turn them to me with their you've retrieved necessary samples. With the right nectar and the right testing, Plasmium can reveal even more of its wondrous properties. I have probably not. So wait. Oh, it is a tool. It is a tool. But I have to equip it. Three of them. Uh-oh. I think I only found 2. Which was here. Yet. And here. Means somewhere in here is the last one. Probably here. I mean, I can ascend now, so I can actually probably... Oops, I got... Glad I hit harder now. Really? I guess going back up that way is... no. That's fine. I should probably check there. Well, I can just climb back up now. Alright, I think the flea was the only thing in this area. Yeah, it has to be in the that upper, whoopsies. That upper area. Ah. think. Yeah, I don't think it's up here, so we'll just head back down. Fighting the third one's gonna be the fun part. Means it's probably off the beaten path. Let's see. First one's down here. Problem is, I have no idea what the last is going to be. Where could you be? Keep forgetting the jumps. Dang it. The only place that left I can think of is up here. I can't think of any other place it could be. This is in the bottom right of this very same room. But if I remember correctly, that is a no. Only area I can think of that has it at this rate. forget they jump. Yeah, I have no idea where this last one is. This isn't. I smacked the walls of the right side of the upper. Unless it trickled out outside the bone grave. Could have. Not sure. Oh. Whee! No. I didn't think about checking up there. Dang it. Huh. Put up here to hit. Okay. Oh, another task. The Terrible Tyrant. This is bottom bone. Skull Tyrant, largest Barrow's loathsome bony predators prowls the caves above the Great Path. Slay the beast. Keep us safe. Well now, seems I traded you a line most of my supplies. I've got no more excuses to linger down here. Oh, I'll soon be making my way to up to the Great Citadel. As holy as I am with rosaries, I'm sure my path will not be as arduous one. Oh no, I have sensed them. Morrow? So there's a creature somewhere in the Morrow that needs to be dealt with. Oh, resting place is right ahead of me. Oops, I should probably change the tools. Lots of places I could go. Oh. I don't know how I came out of that unscathed. I am following a foul beast. Dang it. Punch him. That isn't. Oh. Oh, there's multiple things I'm tracking up here. Oh, now I can go up. Huh. Another thing that we have two we have two sockets now. Not what I was looking for. Still nice. Not gonna complain about power-ups. Plenty of space to look around. Do I want to stay on the top floor and look around? Kind of. Kind of want to just check this section first. Oh, so because one, so it looped over the other. Down here, I'll check. Now, two down, one to go. Probably take too long to go around. Forgot about those. Nobody hiding back here now. Needed to be empowered. Two gold. Choices are oh yeah, the fast striker, the heavy striker. Blue, a yellow, and a red. I'm down here. Yep, same amount. This is the only one that sacrifices additional ones, unless it evolves and gets additional ones. Probably switch back to the classic. Yeah, let's just go up and swap out real quick. Yeah, not a fan of it, but I have been powered it. Maybe it gets stronger. Maybe later. Sometimes crit. Some creatures just go down in 2 blows. They usually take 3. Oh wait, this is a big open space. Oh. A bell room again? No, it'd be weird. Just came through there. Yeah, that's probably the fastest way to get around. Maybe up here. Nope, nothing to break there, because I didn't think about that last time. So that rules that out. It has to be from below. Last. Nope. What? This. New symbol? Why? Hello. Oh.
Haha. Mindatu Yazabu.
Lodi, welcome, my lady. So glad you found us here. I've seen you blessed with strong limbs and keen sight. Fond of frolics, are you? Keen to test your aim? You've got to be right honored to play a little game with you. A little test of skill we've set up.
Nesvir?
I've no need to test my skill, sir. Nor do I have time for frolic-lies.
Bromat to
Oh, but
Tantak.
we might be worth your while. A prize awaits you if you can meet our challenge.
Yanara.
If you offer a prize, that changes matters. I can meet any challenge if a reward is sufficient. What are your roles of your game?
Nera.
This is simple, my lady. I've provided the pins for throwing. My associates will provide a target. Hit the target 15 times and you will earn a worthy prize. 25 for the challenge.
Sirata.
Oh, time to play. Take the straight pins. Strike the target with when you see it. You strike the target 15 times. The prize is yours.
Vavuma.
Mane?
Da. Heo. Oh, Bilan. Nera.
Right there. It seems as now you've missed your mark. I'm afraid that makes you a loser at our little game. With all due respect. That's not, though. Or we never tire of playing. Okay, so, well, I'm not timed, so I can take my time for certain shots. 15 times with 3 misses means I have 18 shots.
Sirata. Sakrasila.
Oh, sorry. 17 shots, because the third miss is over.
Bavuma!
モテる。
Oh!
Apex is the jump. Hop. Apex is the jump again.
Oh! Bilan!
Hop.
Bilan! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Oh.
Oh! Bilan! Bilan! Oh! Nera! Primpalo Cassetto!
Ah, that's it then. My lady has struck the target 15 times. A beautiful victory. Hopefully you'll have enjoyed yourself. A little levity in the balm of these troubled times. Don't you think?
Da, Fenestra.
I have thought such games best saved for the times of peace, but perhaps there's truth in what you say. Now that I've bested your challenge, will you produce the prize I have earned? Oh, of course. I see you have a tool pouch of your own there, full of bursting with baubles and trinkets, no doubt. I fit another pocket onto it. You can carry even more tools and shards if you. A fair trade. A fair prize, would you say?
Nera!
Oh, have it ended, my lady. If you would like to test yourself, you should play again. 25 times you'll earn yourself a beautiful bracelet, necklace of rosaries. What you say?
Primpolo Cassato.
Kind of surprised that, Excellent. Well, let's check the last creature. I don't know how I missed him. I guess I did. Very cute that how this thing was able to traverse around. Oh, if I get hit, I lose the tracking. I didn't get a chance to actually glimmer. It's kind of irksome. Did I miss him up here? I must have. No, there's no way he went this way. Creature's probably this way. That wish is updated and completed. Of course I accidentally dashed into a spot. No reason not to patch up.
Haha!
Aha, friend. Alright. The only spot it could be is beneath. Rude. Lame. Up and a down. I hit the down slash just when I took him out. Should have just hit it with the twirl, but I wanted to get the silk back. That's not a big deal. I'll just ignore him this time around. Judge provide. Petty. Very petty. Petty energy is petty. Depending on the timing, that could be an absolutely hair-raising escape. That's the exit over there. Wait. To do? Oh, 3 damage. Not a fan of that. only does 2 damage, right? Okay. Well, that's scary. Oh, that was unfortunate. Cool. I first tried it, and I felt good. Yep, backed up shop and is gone. Volatile flint bugs. Every second. A terrible tyrant. Heavy rosary. 220 when I need it. Oh, speak to. Oh, my.
Oh, Sakura.
I just have him slowly getting stronger. Where does this put me? Underneath the halfway house. A bit up here? Oh, sister. I sat here all bent and bedraggled, but you look fresh as you were hatched. How do you fare so well in these drenched and dangerous lands? Maybe you got a secret you could share.
Miofene?
None that would offer you easy aid, good bug. Whatever luck or savvy brought you this far, it can continue to be on your journey.
Husband?
Barkeep? I've seen you request on the Bell's town's wish wall. What assistance are you seeking? Perfect. You're able to sort that'll make short work of the task. The problem is those blasted crawls atop here. The roof is as fat as becoming their cozy nest. Now that they've grown so bold, they've started to attack pilgrims as they pass.
Fadastama.
You simply have me slay them. Your sturdy shell seems more than up to the task.
Cosa bera
If
hadar.
it were that simple, kill the ones above and more just coming. The warmth of this home, you see, drops right in. I'm looking for a long-term solution, a scarecrow. I'll build the biggest there's ever seen. So fast that it'll make those crawls away for good.
Esa who.
All I need is some rag pelt from the crawl bugs themselves. Hunt them down, collect their pelts, and bring me back a heap of stuff. I'll do the rest. Oh, our friend is not here. Works for me. Dang it. This is a little harder than it should be. Couldn't hurt to look up here for a while. These are pelts I need. 25. Right. Oh, he was worth a lot. You gotta be careful there. Holy smokes. climb was worth it, 'cause holy smokes. Worth! No reason the controller keeps disengaging. Whole pile of birds that can fight in that direction. What? Yay! A lot of birds this direction. For years. How am I up to now? 16. Yeah, I straight up ready. Oh, there's a thing up there, so I need to come in from above. Oh, that's pretty cool. Tried to remember all the games I've streamed. This is why I got an Excel sheet. Need more of those birds. Just bink me on the head with a bell. Right, I wanted to try something. Yeah, but it requires just a little more range than that. Right, scissors guys are gonna show up over here. But you did give me a clue that they respawn every time we leave. Two more, so just two more of those guys. Oh, he's here. She's here? Yeah, she's here. Come to us again, Miss Grown Up? Then Lou will see our journal. She is eager to see your cuts. Mama, much hunting has been done. So many sweet little creatures in our records. It was drooling from excessive learning. Please keep working, Miss Grown Up. Alright, two more birds. And that is 25. Welcome back, traveler. How'd you get along with collecting the rag pelt from those mangy crawl bugs? They're squawking and brewing up there, starting to wear mightily on my patrons. Here's the rag pelt, sir. I hope the amount is sufficient for your work.
There's a hole?
Aye. This should be enough. Once I have a quiet moment, I'll go straight to building that mighty scarecrow. With little luck, my roof should be clear of those pests for the next time you pass by. Kindly, traveler.
There's a hole.
As payment goes, got something I think you might be good use of. A spare crafting kit. I've been holding on to it for someone else, but they've been gone long enough. I know they won't be returning. Thank you, sir. This is a worthy trade for my work. My tools shall attain an even sharper edge. We have oh, our damage on our tools have gone up. Thank goodness. What's the fastest? Okay, so this way is the fastest to a... Actually, where's Bellholm? I think I could go to Bellholm from there. Bye. You want to climb this? Hi, friend. Ah, my thread is stronger than his shield. Two exits up here I've not gone through. This was the ability Y. Let's take a poke. Oh god, even more upper area. I missed. Ah, cool. That puts me... Oh, that's pretty sweet. Bleh. Literally nothing up here. Huh. Oh, can't go up that way. Oh. A locked bell hole.
No. Shusho, no.
Who bothered me? Leave the great Yana be. Bye, in peace. Shoo shoo. What? An actual upper path? What? Get out. I actually just randomly find one now. Cloth and intricate material that could be fashioned into an explosive weapon. Oh, I can't construct the tools. I don't have the material. Sure.
No.
Do I say? Unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. But otherwise, leave the great Yarnaby in peace.
No.
I need to learn about this, what they want. I need to find a worthy specimen. Buzz is on the inside, so... Alright. The place is not too far from here. Here's something I need to check this way. I almost forgot about those. Evil flying rats. And I fell. Not why I wanted it. Falling is actually really bad. Vision's already pretty clear. How did I not go this way? God, dude. Alright, back to task. Dang it. Another one's above me. I don't understand that. What? Why'd you skip the ledge this time? Lock it. Okay. This links me back, doesn't it? Works for me. To Bellheart. We have treasures to spend. Hello. That's our musical friend. Wait there. Why, I must have dropped off to sleep as soon as I arrived. Really, the pilgrim's way is exhausting, but a good rest is a reward unto itself.
That's fine.
What do you remember of your time caught upon the thread, Papa? Well, it is difficult, upsetting even to think. Strange, sad memories, not my own, and my own thoughts smothered amidst the tangle. If one could choose to connect themselves to something grander, that curse may seem a wonder. For myself, it now seems a horror. I saw it. Took my wish up the board you did. Heading off after the stray courier?
Benny Frank.
My own tasks seem me travel far, shopkeeper. If, on my journey, I happen upon your arid bug, I make sure to send them your way.
Hello, Meg.
Then you have my thanks, and more. Is a rare bug who'd brave the wilds in aid of a fellow. Can't donate to that yet.
Yes, caress. You know, if it ever switches me, I at least have my set. To some degree. Actually, wait, I can donate. Rebuild the place. Alright. Missing courier in Shellwood. Shellwood is to the west. With the ability to climb, we should be able to get around Shellwood a little easier. another one on our belts. Two more to go. Lots of places for all of them to hide. We'll check the upper levels of these two chambers nearby. I should at least reset my location. Ah. Place to rest. Oh wow, they went far. That's a rude jump, by the way. Back up. Down. Oh my goodness, look at him! He's adorable! Those horrible beastie beasts are gone. Much and many thanks, your mighty warrior. A simple thing, small bug. I assume you're a Tip, the courier? Freya the Bellheart trader seems concerned for your safety and for the cargo you carry. See, she sent you? Why, she needs learn a little patience. I had barely been away, but still, it's lucky for me you came. Well, I'll be off now. That grumbly grub at the bell will come after me herself if I do not get her goods. That is a trick and a half. Thankfully, down below is down below.
Wait, this isn't above me. Jesus, that is a okay. Oh. That is rude that she is there. Please somebody clip that. That was at least kind of cool. Path this way. Oh, a new area. Why is that one not unlocked? Oh, I was broke at the time. Oh, now I feel a lot less scared about checking out that area. I should at least buy that little thing. Get there faster, but I'll at least book this way for now. Let's see. This is the opening area.
Buenera.
Sands mark the edge of Paulum's territory. Brought to this land through the caravan beyond. But at the kingdom's height still hungers for me. Were I to flee now, I would again be pursued.
Gennara.
Until I find the source of that hunger, I will slay it, will not flee. Accept the judgment of the rise beyond, that all who stand at Paulum's holy crest prove pure of will and want. I'm assuming this takes me up there then. I kind of want to head back. I'm already here. 60. I don't even know if it's gonna work. Looks like it's not. Yeah, it works. It even shook the sand off. Oh, cool. Sand crawlers. And the sand can shorten your jump. Oh. You flink off of them? You cannot flink off of them. I don't like those things at all.
Friend.
You know, I was hoping this was the area to, that little, lever down there. Nope, not a fan of the blasted lands. Oh, you shoot your nose.
Friend.
I don't know if I can reflect it or not. No, I'm gonna assume she's in here. Polska, child with a needle, have you been in a trance of my master's nearby? Mr. Van asked me that. I feel she is here only recently.
Nesvia?
Cannot say for certain, though if she travels seeking skilled opponents, these steps would serve her well. The warriors watching over them are formidable.
Kietska.
True, impressive guardians they are, fight defensively and loathe to leave their stations. They swing their weapon with cold brutality that should not be underestimated.
Ona muszkę. Herka. Aj. Buranki.
Woo! Try to get past this, I could heal. Got caught. None of the 5 frames left. I need the other half of my other half of my material. This one kind of shortcuts it. This place is hell. Silk Eater? What the heck's a Silk Eater? Oh. First one I ever spotted. I don't know why I tried to do it during a storm. Shortcut? Cool. Ah. Oh. Been here before it becomes a problem. And these suck. Time to square up. Oh, that what I was hoping for. Ah, I jumped right into it. That is just awful. Okay, I did make a shortcut. But I don't know if that shortcut. I don't think that shortcut gets me up there. Let's not. Place is awful with a capital A. Yeah, no. Hey, Doucette, how you doing? All right. Oh, I need a hot second. Give me a second. Hydrating. Centering. Ready to kick patootie. That's one. Where's the other? I know this is not over. Oh, it is over. For now. Dear God. I can wait. How's the weather? Terrible. I did not land where I wanted to. Blah. Oh. Oh, so rude to raise a pinstress from their deep meditation. You carry on with that kind of brash behavior and you're likely to get struck through quickly. Surprised to find a bug of sound mind alive in such a inhospitable place. You are a warrior learned in the blades of this land? Ah, a pinstress. Your needle there might fit you fair, strange as it is in all, but the pen that's the glorious weapon of Palu. Given I'm now awake, maybe you'd fancy a little training. Care to test the power of a pinstress? Might be even this old master could show you a thing or two. Bold choice, needle bug. Let's get our shells shaken. Yes! Needle strike. Yes! A charge attack. How grand to face an opponent with a bit of energy. You're a skilled one, clearly enough. I hope my training has granted you some insight. I must know. Is it different based on which blade you're using? It is. So based on the crest you're using, you get a different style. The beast. The beast is not known for its. Let me guess. Multitude of strikes? Man, I could call it. Oh, right long time since I felt so vigorous. Along those dullard pilgrims are useless for testing my talents. Your blade proved an impressive challenge, Pinstress. The strength and skill hidden about this kingdom did just to surprise me. You bear your own strange strength, Needlebug. More than I think than you're willing to reveal to me. What, I wonder, are you planning to turn all that power towards? No. Up. Huh. Oh, the rematch is here. No? Ah, colorless surprised. Cannot power swing it upward. An entry added. Land is literally trying to kill me, man. Ooh, I made the jump. Oh, fast travel. Place the rest too. How doubly convenient. I should have returned on my mission of wish granting.
Ada!
Big bug. Greetings again, shopkeeper. Shelves are looking better stocked. The courier made their way back to you safely. Yes, the cheeky little so-and-so came by and dropped off his cargo at last. Poor dear was so shaken by his misadventure, and almost didn't have the heart to dock his earnings. All well now, though. Take a look at the lovely new goods I have for available. Good God, the expenditures. A fragment and this thing. Multi-binder. Supposed to improve bugs' natural ability to heal. Can't say I felt it effects myself, but then I get more healthy than most. Oh, I don't have the funds. Oh, I could go on the task of above and below, which would Bellwood. Mars below. There's Mars is another location we didn't actually I didn't even get a fast travel down there either. Couldn't hurt to tackle Hunter's March. Oh, I should get rid of those tokens. Yep. Forget what the hang up here was. We have here as well. And here. A lot of good areas to go back and check. Especially if our we found strength. Miss Saving, thanks again for your big blade. It is back. It made it back. And Grumbly Grub got her goods. She seems happy even. I won't be traveling out for a while, methinks. Too many beasties. All about there are. Even those pilgrims. All know going angry. A bit like old Grub. Sound remains safe for the moment. Tip. You are a smart bug to stay within its walls. I guess this would be the closest. Ew. Is it really? No, that location. No. Yeah, that would be the closest. The deep docks. We are heading to the deep docks, big man. Big gal. Big creature. Breakable wall. How do I keep missing these? Bunch.
Friend.
Oh, I found a flea. Didn't know that. God, that has to suck to get their bell ringed.
Some man.
Yep. Okay, so I was gonna talk to her, but I think I've already exhausted our dialogues. Oh yeah, another key. Heading up would give me access to it there, but I can kill two birds with one stone by heading that direction. Alright, new area. Give me the goodies. The only way in. Oh, I did not like that jump. Ugh, not a fan of that one. Interesting. It's a rematch arena? Well, that's nice and all, but that put me on the exact opposite end of this thing I wanted to be on. Oh, crud. The heck? Ah. Ah, really? Because that's kind of a one-way street? Sure. I actually might be wrong. I don't know that one. Spooled. Whee! Is there a knockable down here? Nope. Yay! And now we go up. Oh yeah, I wasn't able to come here earlier. Oh, you're hostile. Good grief. Oh, you better not, game. Oh, I have been... What is it? What's it? What's... Oh, god dang it. In Elden Ring, there's actually in multiple games, but in Elden Ring is the one I know it from. If you get caught by one of the maidens, it can take you to another place. And I have just been Iron Maiden to somewhere else. Okay, I can still wall jump. I'm at a place called the Slab. I need to find a key. Lots of keys. Heretic. Apostate. tools either. Oh, Insta Gibson. Yeah, it's probably better for our valor is to not fight these guys.
Oi, pera! Elomek.
Oh, you're looking a little stuck there. What a pity.
Has been?
We meet again, little thief. Are you familiar with this place? If we ally our efforts, our escape could be made that much easier.
Toro.
Oh, you jesting. There ain't no allies in prison. You can just throw yourself against the walls in there while I go sniffing around for goodies. Yeah, they're playing with my stuff. Yeah, this is... What's he labeled? Yeah, my best. Oh. Trying to keep them out of the trigger hype so they can. Right, they can fly. Where in the world is this? I need a heretic key. Must be in here then. Oh, who would have thought one of the buzzing bullies was sneaking up on us? But it's just mangy Jelbug. Why are you here then? Hot DB were you? Greedy.
Magina Fora.
I've stolen nothing. Rather, I suspect the wardens or servants of the Citadel. Gage used in my capture bore Similar runes, the ones that brought me here to this land. Rather than a cage, I've had a fine gift were they to deliver me to their masters.
Faladin.
Ah, there's nothing fine about you, Jailbug. We recognized a fellow thief soon as we saw you.
Now, don't be lingering around here. These guards will be wanting to pop you back in your cage. Quick, quick.
Cadestre.
They'll not get a chance. I will reclaim my belongings and give them grim place with haste. Saddest of menus. Heretic. Escape, or at least reprieve. I don't know why that was an option. Don't have needle. Nothing to brace the impact. Thread. Some thread. Guards are great and all. Shortcut. That is actually pretty good. Oopsies! Almost fell. Really far. Oh! I won't have long to be up here. I gotta up right. Careful after she die. Oh, I am gonna make sure that all these dudes pay. Oh. Oh my god. I can run up walls. Okay, kinda. I can press the run button to climb up a wall. That is actually still very useful. Time to feel better. Yes! Alright, what these things pose is just the fact that it's bouncy. Alright, big man. Key of the Heretic. This is a fly stink isn't gonna watch out, is it? No, probably not. That's why we're just gonna make it an absolute martyr out of all of them. Oh no, unlock. Oh, no. Practically every door. Oh, of course he's vanished. Flee friend! Why was they in prison to flee? Was their crime being adorable in a world where their only beauty is a law manufactured by the Citadel? Yeah, feels that way. Oh. It's actually really cold up here. Hmm. And here I thought, oh, you know what? I'll come back when I have some sort of protection. Maybe. I don't need it. We'll see. Oh, I can't go back through. I thought there was something hidden. And it could be. Think of the idea real quick, and we'll see. Oh, nope, can't jump against it. Back to the shortcut. The only thing I don't have is the apostate. Like, I have no idea where I'm at. Fast travel. Good little creatures. Didn't it say fast travel was down here? Yep, it was like the slab, its own little own locale. probably come back to that.
Era!
The slab. Deep docks it is. Path and Hunter's March. Oh, this is a path above us, so we didn't. You know what? I'll just go around that way. This way, right? Oh, nope, above me. They did not. Son of a gun! It took off my stuff! Alright, so this has to be the way out. Oh, all the other ones are fine. Grumble, 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 grumble. There's only a few locations I can think of that would help me get rid of the fly stink. Wait, what? Okay, so that's from the opposite direction. Okay, yeah, that's more reachable now than it was before. I feel better. No, I don't have to fight you. Oh, a fight. God, I love that little thing. It completes that area.
Haha!
Hello, friend. Goodbye, friend. Where did I mark this location? Mother's March. So. That's where I got captured. Wait. Where did I get captured? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not quite both of them in the air. I like the little ant people, the little ants. I just wish they liked me. Really? No fast travel in this whole place? Yeah, but it hasn't stopped the weird strands from being places it shouldn't be. Did they reset the trap? Yes. I got caught here. Where the heck? Okay, so that's probably where I got caught. Is it right? Where I got caught? It's like a weird spot. Or was it here? Go back and figure it out. I have a feeling I need to defeat him at one point or another. Rude! Simon and Mog. Cool. Big money. Oh. Yeah, no. I'm not dropping this money this close. He. Yeah, it was this room over here. Oh, they killed him. Got the guy. Because he got me, they left. Really? Alright, bye guys. Don't need to fight you. Okay, cool. Excellent. Money. A lot of money, actually. No fast travel is convenient, but we can go back down here. Oh yeah, we're really close to that, the amount we need to get that, what was it? It wasn't a spindle piece, it was something. Weird upgrade. I just can't remember how much I needed. I can always go back and check. Bellheart, the fuzzy creature. I need a key. Actually, I need a normal key, and I need a apostate key. Or was it apostate or apostle? Oh, if I crack open the thing I have. Extends the act of binding. I'll pass. Besides, I can only have 2 charms at the moment. It looks like I can fit 3 of each kind, but we'll see. What was the pot state? Okay. We need to find some blue goo. We need to finish finding the purple stuff. Go for the silver bells, which I think is just in that weird zone above this area. So, God, I would not want to know how much longer you can make that effect. Okay, so I need to go up that way. Dead bone like a twig. Ow. Oh. Oh no, they're just scattered around the place. You know, I'll take it. Oh. That's another one I found, at least. There was none over here? I just want to get below. Well, not that way, apparently. Welcome, welcome, travelers all! Rest your wee shell and revive your full longing spirit. The hut, glorious, gleaming, and very, very safe. Stay a while before you begin your final climb.
Little Slim.
There's only one section below. I'm gonna remark it with red because I have no idea how to get there. Probably return to the docks. Try to see if I can get into that spot there. We travel to the deep docks. Oh wait, no, that requires a key. There's also another weird spot I wanted to check down there. That's what I should do. Probably bounce, swing, bounce, swing. That's definitely a door. place might really be just a blank spot now. Alright, I will Okay, so that's a door. That's a door. Probably comes in from that and comes out here. That is an unknown. You get up there. That may be a zone. License raw. Hmm? Oh, right. And I actually have the ability to climb up here now. Thankfully, Far Fields has a decent travel point. Yeah, there's a weird thing in here. Oh yeah, the weird schedule. You know what I miss most? The dream nail. Being able to teleport places would be super nice. Perfect. Down and around. Gonna take us a hot minute. I'm about to save on this side of the wall. Making mental notes again. All right. Weird belly thing. Good. Oh yeah, I won't know the area until I find That was a pretty simple trick. Excuse me? Draw upon the weapon's own silk to increase sprinting speed? Oh, I bet. Really? It burns through silk. Not exactly the prize I desired. To find more of the goo. And that goo. Find the last key. Can't get up there unless I have a new ability. Yes, we go to the big thing, maybe? I've been up there. Just want to double check a bit, make sure I didn't think I saw something. Nope. There's nothing up there. Alright, I guess we go back to the main path for now. Unless, somewhere, well... I've cleared the right side of Selwood. I could go to the entire left side of it and see if any more things I've missed. All the way over here. Okay. I think I checked. Yes, just this area needs to be checked. Oh, I bet that spot now has one. I need to check that area. At least I can get around without to worry about that. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of is that spot now has a That's unfortunate. Close it out. I'll roll it out, then have to worry about it later.
Shaw!
Shaw! Hi, Frankles! You missed all the cool tricks I did. Oh, actually, it's twice, too.
Friend.
Okay, so that rolls. But the only place I can think of a blue thing would be at.
Friend.
Okay, so it lets you carry yourself over if you're not careful. How far is my trek? Not far. Oh, where in the world could this be? Oh, let's restore ourselves. Get into trouble. Big boog. The next area, I think some of the purple stuff would be in. Okay. Task achieved, apparently. What if it's also in the area to the left? God, I hate these little, these weird flowers. I don't think there's any over there. I remember it's just pain and suffering. remember inviting you here. Where to go? The question is, where the flip-flop is it? Has to be an area locked up by the skill of being able to wall jump. Oh, hello. Oh, Mama, look here. Miss Grown-Up. Very fancy creature here. All dead in bits now, but still good. She takes the shape of wood for her body, and her hair like bitter leaves. Clever, thinks New.
Buenera.
The creature stalks its territory here and attacks as I pass through. You should not linger long. Her tribe remains hidden amongst the branches, disguised, waiting to strike. Oh, so the killing up was done by you. Nu gives her warm thanks. Now Nu can inspect this creature well. All its gooey insides and crunchy shell. They didn't have to put Nu there, but they did. And I applaud them for it. Yep, this is on here. That's right, I forgot you could do that. Wait a minute. Took me a moment to recognize where I was at. Okay, so the upper rightmost path is the only spot left I haven't checked, and I think I've checked this side, but I'm gonna double. I am going to do what is known as a double check. Oh, very bouncy up there. Works for me. The last one. Now I gotta remember the flip-flopping location of this character. Because I don't remember where they are. I should have marked them with a gold token. Actually, they might be here. They're not here. They're really on a weird spot. It's the only place I could think of. Or maybe, no, it might be here. They were in such a weird spot. I am looking for the person who wants the pull parts. Here in Shellwood somewhere. Yeah, I found them. Oh, precious hearts, give them for the time of birth, for the right they must bleed. All hearts, gathered all that is needed is given. The first right to the pulp, right, and the first right can begin. Bug, cloaked by red, the time of rebirth approaches. First right is complete, prepared for the time of birth. Take. The refuse of the right. Alt pouch. The time has come. Soon, the time of birth approaches. Oh, they're giving me venom. Definitely, it's probably a time thing now. I just want to get out of here. Got lucky on that. Or cut through Bellheart. Well, knocks out that quest. Trying to find the third thing in that place is not gonna be fun. Oh, time to head to the Citadel marker, I guess.
That's fine.
Doing hard at work, good bug. Are you a hunter of sorts?
Hegora Simon.
Of simple sort I am a pawn catcher around these parts. The last remains, in fact. Us few bell hunters are hardly needed for fresh food, so my lone shells carry quite the responsibility.
Oh, Zobo.
At least, your pawn's still full of good meat, especially if you aim with a long pole as good as mine.
Hegora Simon.
Meat freight, miss? Usually stocking useful items for travelers such as yourself. Let's see, how much for the other spinner? 270. And I do not have the means to grab it. Oh, on the bright side, we'll be fighting... Remember correctly, this is like most of the way there, right? Yeah. Spell friend, Little Brigham, do you sleep? Oh, ahoy there! I was looking for somewhere to rest my weary shell. Found this cozy station. Lands are dangerous. I thought perhaps some harm had come to you. Oh, Red Maiden, have faith. No harm can come to us on the holy ascent. We only need to keep our gaze upward. Isn't that this also terribly grand? The great stone steps, the wind lifting us like the voices of a choir. Just beyond it all is our pilgrimage end, the great citadel at last. Oh no. The shining bench has risen for us. Marloom's kindness to we pilgrims is inexhaustible. Please rest, Red Maiden. Fear not, our kingdom watches over us all. Alright, time for the ascend. Like we got about 2 rooms left. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Time to change out some tools. Poison. 12 shots. 0. I'll still go with the 9. Man, I am not a fan of those little suckers. I'm not gonna hold back against these guys. They hurt. No shortcut. Shortcut somewhere? The rudeness. Yep. It looked like we were very close to a shortcut. Yep, I see it right there too. Oh, why did I try to swing on it? Don't go up the second route. Let's go up. Oh. Interesting. Ah, it's supposed to get you here. No. Yeah, no, it is supposed to get you there. Place is gross. I could just float. Oh, the gate, the gate. Oh, the grand gate of the citadel stands before us. We're so close, oh mighty ones. Beyond the gate, we beg you, up the way. Let we poor, insignificant little pilgrims crawl into the light.
Yanara.
See no gatekeepers to heed your plea, pilgrim. Though I too seek the entrance to the citadel. Have you heard of the means to open this gate? Weapon blunt is not. No holes for keys. 'Tis the bells, they say. They hollowed bells upon the path that opened the way.
Nesvia?
My journey, I've passed many large bells housed in large shrines. Each I have struck awake, yet still the gate's closed. What other task must be done to see a path beyond? Bells are rung. The sacred threshold may not be crossed. But the final task is simple. Only music played fair and true. The music shall attune the bells and see the gate ascend. It must be you to lead us, sister. You who brought the blessing. Play or sing, we shall follow. Uh-oh. The last judge. Woo! Caught midair. Oh, that is a rough ascension. That is a rough ascension. Have to ascend. Oh, but that is not. Dang it. I hate this bug with passion. I am more surprised there is no resting place, but now that I'm not in the corner. Got a hitbox even if it's idle. Oh, I hate this ascension. It's the worst. There's shortcut. You just gotta raw dog the way up. This guy's a pain in the rear. All right. I had to stay in there. If it wasn't for that guy right there, I wouldn't be as upset taking this path. Just him. Prove that one right there. He stops me from making a clean second jump. I can't jump. Actually, maybe I can. Let's find out. I'm gonna just hold the button and just do it two. I like to make a clean getaway. Well, that was bad. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, I see what I need to do. So all I need to do for that is to just go up and over. Don't bounce, just go, or, oh, hell. Go up and over. And then go to the lower section, then make that jump upward. Thank you. You're fun and hateful at the same time. That's fast. Excuse me?
No!
You gotta be fudging with me. Not a fan of this salty run back. Especially when I pick up my jumps. This way, up and around. This way. This way. And all I have to do here is bang up and over. Oh, you gotta be. Could have just traveled the whole length, couldn't I? That would have been risky. God, your hitbox is stupid. Okay, so it's just find a spot. Forget about that. Oh, you. Has no fucking pattern. Just feels like every second I'm rolling a dice. There's nothing up here I could crack open. Alright. glad that worked. I got her to the next phase, and she decides to jump middle as I'm fleeing. Two really early downs was nice to see. Okay, game. Whatever that was all about. Sure. Can't do it. That dash in was a fluke. Okay, so you can't hit through it, so because I was trying to force her into a stun. What in the flying circus is going on here? Not leap back center. Ugh. Okay, if she's at the wall, she's just gonna leap back center. Even if I'm there, she's just gonna leap back center. That's the only consistent thing I can get out of her right now, is she'll leap back center. I understand why that wind appears there. Gives me false hope about trying to make that jump. No, there's no way I can make the jump. I don't have a double jump and built in. Oh, there, I thought I did too. Oh, now she goes down. The one time she jumps, she doesn't go to the flippin' center. I was like, oh, she jumped. Don't move. If I get out of stuff, I'm gonna have to like recollect. Actually, no. I'm just gonna hate to do this. I'm gonna pop the worm and just so I can call it an even. I hate the idea of it. I need to be able to rest. There's a few more things on the list to probably do. We could probably do. Don't know. Okay. So we have to get into the Citadel to be able to get this. Somewhere there's more of these. And there's one more of those just chilling somewhere. And then now I gotta beat the Citadel. Guardian. It's not hard per se. Tedious, yes. As she punishes mistakes way. What's the point of? I just realized I've gotten 1 extra health, but it doesn't make a difference because she'll still, even if I only had 1. Did I get 2 of them so far? I think I've only gotten 1. I only have 3 hits against her. Even if I didn't find the other mask, I would only have 3 hits against her. Like, don't get me wrong. I was warned that this is harder than Hollow Knight, but Hollow Knight also had a few more, like, tools to try to clean things up. My major complaint is accidentally popping. Oh, I can just sit here, but yeah. For fights like against bosses like this, I have to toggle this off because there's no earthly way I can. If I accidentally pop it, I'm in trouble. And now I'm in a situation where maybe it would have been nice to have 2 of these so I could just continuously try to poison across the board. Then again, I might get in trouble and just get hammered. There's a half a spindle. And only 1 silk heart. Which only stores a little bit of our thumb silk. Trying to charge up needle strikes is also off the table. Because by the time you've recovered from it, oh, I have a spot I can go to. Oh, where was it? I think it was in the Wormways, was it? Was it in the Wormways? It was a weird spot. Professor said there was something about buzzing. Man, what was this way?
Fatoma.
Fellow Pilgrim, I've been praying alone here too long with only the wind's voice to join me. Lumber of the Lucky. So close, our pilgrim is almost over. Just one final brutal climb, huh? Fiddles dear Pilgrim. You must have some strength in you. Few of your fellows seem to reach these heights. Aye, the roads become lonelier the longer you've traveled, and the higher we've climbed. It takes a lot of luck and faith to make it this far, though I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. While we risk for the journey ahead, care to take a test of luck of your game of dice? You know how to play, I trust. I'm sure I can grasp the rules quickly enough, sir. What is the wager? A beat of rose on each roll. What do you say? Sounds fair? Let our worries roll away with the dice. How much do I have to, who wants me to play? Let me guess. I have to beat it multiple times in a row. Just walk off with the dice. To get this feeling that there is the reward for beating the guy who's literally called Lucky. I've only beaten him a few times. Cool game. Forgot about this whole. They didn't want to see me. Feels like I get a double jump for something later. You know what? I'm gonna check up on the fleas. Why not? And then we'll call it a night. Oh. That way I'll feel all nice, warm, and fuzzy. I'm gonna try to use the darn thing.
Ushka Mitri!
Oh, Cap, here, these gray lads, the more fleas find their way to the caravan. Please lend your aid to any of our fellows you find on the lost roads. Oh, so I've not found enough.
Pāris galva.
Strange beasts prowl these gray lands. I hear them roar and shriek outside camp. Best to stay inside to make quiet. Make quiet. So how many more do I need to find? I wonder at this land. Sometimes heavy hangs above, like shadow. I hope the little fleas are not much danger here. That was a whole area up there I have not even explored. And over there too. Holy smokes. Back to that. I think I've hit the wall again. It's gonna be a little difficult. But I will win. If I can get another pip, I'll have 2 weapons to bring. I just gotta find a medallion, which means I'll either have to complete a quest, maybe this one, who knows, or this one, if I can. These haven't been quite cleared. The smell from these gels overwhelmed my senses. I strongly doubt they ever thought to bathe. These little things are kind of nice. So many. I know what those are. That's supposed to be the mark of the person I'm looking for. I don't know how to get there. Wormwood doesn't have a shortcut in it. It's a nice. Ugh. When you're in Wormwood, you don't want to be in there forever. Spot up here. Oh, that's where he's at. Yeah. And that requires one. Yeah, okay. We make another one of these tools. Shells are super worrisome. The battle ahead's just gonna be rough. Alright, well that's it for now, guys. I gotta pass you guys off to somebody wonderful. Wow. Oh, Tilly, we're gonna rate the Tilly. Please give Tavern Tilly the same warm welcome you give me, and give him all the support you can. And please enjoy some Final Fantasy 2? I think it's 2. Might be 3. It might be 2. Actually, it might be 1. Now that I look at all the... actually, it's Final Fantasy 1, yeah. So yeah, please give Tilly the nice warm welcomes as they get their way through definitively one of the harder retro RPG retro Final Fantasies. And I'll see all of you wonderful creatures Sunday, so for more of this wonderful game. See you guys in laters.